Welcome to today's continuation of 2YMM, 2 Years of Mario Maker, a set of levels released mostly in 2017 to commemorate the second anniversary of the original Mario Maker 1 on Wii U. So we had a bit of an interruption on the previous stream in which we ran this about 2 weeks ago, and we were right at the end of this level at 2YMM, A Good Day to Dive by Iris, better known nowadays as Debt to Spies. I didn't manage to register to clear on this or find the secret exit, although we were very close. So let's walk through this one. It is number 27 out of 50 in the set. And the level codes you can find on the site that is linked in the chat, at least until the domain name expires, which Lantis, who developed the site, tells me is going to happen fairly soon. So we have a bit of a deadline to work against. Anyway, welcome back, Luca, incidentally. Let's gaze into the piercing eyes of Commander Worf and see if today is indeed a good day to dive. So this was a cape puzzle using the spring setup that you see here to basically launch me and get the dive. And for those who are unfamiliar with the Super Mario World mechanics, that serves as a bit of an instructive reminder or tutorial. That's going to be the central mechanic of the whole thing, and eventually we need to get through this key door and drop a trampoline here, such that we're going to fly our way up. We did get that far last time. I didn't get the clear because I was trying to set up a second exit for what was potentially the second anniversary cake. Bang, welcome back. Okay, so let's run through this again and see if I can reconstruct some of the solutions as we go. Yeah, so there are a couple of things going on here with the spawning position based on which side you enter. I don't remember the specifics, but we'll eventually come back to this and that will all become clear. Okay. And here we go. Yes, we have a reset door here. We have a pipe exit here. Ah, yes. We want to get rid of this muncher to lower this, because camera position is going to matter quite a bit when it comes to these puzzles. So what we want to do here, for instance, is go up, reverse, and no, we need to stop this guy, but we need to stop this guy by letting this float upwards first, which requires me to get a stop with this bottom left muncher on screen. That should be simple. We just dive. That raises the muncher that's on wings. This is going to be a bit of a timing challenge here, as we try to get the stop while the upper muncher is on camera, and we just managed to do it. So now, same kind of setup here, except this time we're going to take out the bottom right. And that creates a new slot for the next stomp that's going to go like this. So everything is just entirely about camera positioning here as we try to make our way across. Activate the P-switch, which then makes this open up and gives me access to that second pipe once I make my way back there. So let's do that. Okay, so yes, this bit here I spent way too much time on. It is entirely about camera positioning once again. What you want to have happen is to have the stump come over here and raise this guy. To do that, you need to get rid of the munchers while the spike top is off screen. So we're going to do that like this. The spike top stays alive, it raises the blaster, and then we go left. I spent way too long on this one trying to just directly drop the stump in to a gap for no reason. But it's fairly simple. It takes us to checkpoint 1. There's a bit of a SD lock, I suppose, as a potential trap if you somehow wind up on the left side without a cape. There are a couple ways it can happen, I think. I mapped them out last time. I'm not going to think too hard about it now. The ultimate objective is, of course, to get Yoshi and eventually transport another trampoline over to the final set of key doors at the exit. And to do that, we need to unstack these munchers to open up a lock for these the Spinies to make their way over and grab one key at a time. That allows us to progress. Yeah, we don't really care about the left side stack right now because we just want to unstack everything we can over here. And one more over here, and this one, yeah, it's going to keep the left side off screen, I think. So let's just do one more stomp over here. And one over here, which, nope, that's going to be too far. I needed to not take that one out. Okay, let's reset this quickly. Yeah, I forgot that my camera actually does shift a little bit to the left once I get this stomp over here. So let's redo this. It's going to be one stomp on the right side regardless. But then you can fly elsewhere to probably unstack these in a slightly different order. So let's see if I can explain what that means or how it looks. Yes, it's like this, and then now the right side is off screen. Then we'll unstack one on the right, unstack... Hang on. Yeah, unstack one more over here. No, we don't want to do that. We want to unstack one over here, but then we're still on one too many in the middle. There's something in the order that I neglected. I think we just needed to go like this, and then here I need to be able to unstack without having that one on the left on camera now. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Or rather just reconstruct it, because yeah, this one I'm hitting one too many times. Yes, no, this is a simple fix, I think. It's going to be one hit over here. And then... You know, I'm overthinking it because... Yeah, no. I had the right solution. Because you don't want it to sail over the question block, you wanted to hit the question block, so I had it right the first time. I actually got it on the first try, I just didn't activate a shell before I just wrote that attempt off. So... a little bit silly on my part. We'll do it over here. No, because I unexpectedly took out this one on the left over here. We actually do want to take it out because the shell will hit the question block directly. So, bit of a brain fart here with 90 seconds on the clock. Let's grab that. Let's go to the only key door we know about, which is going to be progressing over here. Let's see if we can get anything else done in the next 80 seconds. Okay, in we go. Now this, yeah, we want to activate that bomb. It is going to be something involving getting this Buzzy to push. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Let's just try to reconstruct what we can. Yeah, because we wanted to leave the left side alive, so... Well, I am losing slightly to time pressure, to be honest. Let's just recalculate this. Yeah, because the spike top is just on the floor on the left side, we want to take out the left side, but leave the right side alive. Because then the Muncher is going to come up and squish the bomb. Muncher comes up, squishes the bomb, and that blows up. We go through the pipe, and I may not have enough time to do much else before timeout, so let's get through here. And yes, this is going to be a whole other sequence where we'll ultimately be releasing the Boo. We'll time out, and then I'll come back and look at it properly. Okay, back here we go. Let's do the lock properly this time without needlessly resetting one attempt. It's going to be 3 there, 1 hit there, and then we'll release this. Okay, there we are. Through we go. Okay, same idea over here. And we'll wait for this. Okay, here we need to hit what? If we hit the right side in this hit, Spike Top gets released on both sides. Yeah, there's a particular sequence here, but let's just reconstruct it bit by bit and see what we understand about it. Yeah, that just drops everything. That's not going to be it. It is going to be probably just hitting this top position here without going into the pits. Let's reset quickly. Another thing I haven't thought about is hitting this location up here. But I think we can't do that until we've raised a Buzzy. Like, the Boo and Buzzy stack is going to create the next platform for me to hit this up here, because that's going to drop the blaster onto the bomb onto the bottom left, and then that opens up the pipe. So we stop like this. And now, when I do the next stomp, that's going to remove the Muncher, and then that's going to probably remove this next stack in the way I want. It's going to lift that. Great. Maybe not so great. Yeah, no, because if you stop now, then you release the blue platform, and then now we have a platform to stand on once we face this way. Yeah, really elegant solution. Very fond of that one. Okay, down we go. Here we are in this room again. It's going to be a repeat, only this time we want to send a shell up here. Probably to Wing Buzzy, because it's going to clip through the ceiling, as we just saw in the previous room. So once again... nope. Have to redo this because of the camera. Let's redo it. Here we go. Actually, no, that's a problem, because the Muncher blocks me over here. But if I just send the Buzzy up while it's heading towards the right, it should actually come up high enough. No, it doesn't, because you need something to push it. You need it to make it all the way over. Yeah, no, I need to do the same kind of stomp to get rid of the Muncher while the Buzzy is off screen. I need to do 2 stomps in that position. That's pretty simple to figure out, as long as I don't do it too early like I just did. So let's let this guy go off camera once more. Nope. Way too close. Okay, and we'll do the same thing again to get rid of the Muncher. And then that's going to load the Buzzy up here. No, it's not. I messed it up. Let's see here. Yeah, I forgot about this gap in the middle. Okay. Completely forgot about the gap. Because you need to load the Buzzy here. It may actually be camera dependent based on your initial position going into this room. I suspect that it is, in fact. Let's go back into this room through the pipe again and see if there's a difference in the spawning pattern. I believe there is. Except that wouldn't really affect that much, would it? Yes, it would. Because Big Buzzy goes to the left. That's interesting. Then the pattern just kind of sorts itself out after a while, doesn't it? So, yes, no, you need to drop the Muncher in the central position. And you need a certain spawning pattern to make that happen. Once the Muncher drops, then the small spike top climbs over the Muncher and gets over to the right side. But in order to do that, I think I need to reset the position once more and pretty much get that done immediately. Because otherwise there will be a bit of a desynchronization that makes that impossible. So we need to do it right now. Small spike top crawls over, shell goes over here. We kick the shell. We pick up the Shelmet. And then that allows me to go back out. And manipulate the lock in the room that's going to give me the second key. The way we manipulate the lock is by doing a Muncher head bump when I fly. Let's see here. Like that. Because now we've evened out that stack. We can do the same kind of combination as before, only with one additional Muncher now preserved. Then we come back, make it through here, and through here. And that's going to be checkpoint. Now I seem to remember that this you needed to activate by P-switch. So we'll just proceed to the next room and shortcut that with the 90 seconds remaining. Yeah, this is going to be a series of Muncher releases followed by hitting stumps. I actually wanted to load that guy to the right, I think. Yeah, because this just drops the stump on the left side. Not what I want. Yeah, because what I want to do here is I want to eventually drop that thwomp and kill it. So let's just loop around and come back. Once again, time pressure is probably going to get the best of me here, but let's go up and back down. Yeah, because we eventually want to open up a passage that allows me to activate the other thwomp on the right that's going to hit the POW block. This position doesn't kill anything if you stomp it, but if you can dive all the way to the right over here, then you've got a vertical position that's going to work out at least with the Munchers on the left side. Let's see if I can set that up. Hang on. Yeah, because I want to kill just the right munchers to send the stump through the one-way panel on the right side. Okay, here we are. I think it is going to be something to do with trying to stomp on this end over here. I seem to recall doing something similar to that anyway. Because, yeah, eventually we need to load a stump into this position, because this position will allow me to do a stomp that kills the thwomp. In order to do that, we need to send the correct muncher over. Or send the correct stump over, rather. Let's see. Let's fly a little bit higher. It's going to be wrong. Because that is too low. If it's too low, it kills this muncher. And we need that muncher to stay alive. So, let's rethink it. There's also this cloud on the left side over here. If you land on a cloud... No, that's not really high enough to do anything. That's eventually going to be a location where we drop a stump, I believe. I don't think I want to take off in this position. I think I want to take off here. Or maybe not. No, not really any room to do that, unfortunately. But if I can fly to the right like this... No, hang on. I mean, that's not going to do anything. Let's see. I think my facing direction here is going to matter. Actually, no, we just needed to do the boost here to gain that extra distance. That was a very simple thing. Really should not have given me trouble. Yeah, now that's going to drop correctly. Which means that I can hit this stump and be out of range of the muncher that is in the bottom right. And yeah, everything in this puzzle is extremely dependent on the camera logic in Mario Maker 1 in terms of when the camera decides to scroll with you, and so it's not something that could be remade one-to-one in Mario Maker 2 by any means. Because everything is just extremely meticulous. Okay, I have an extra P-switch. I don't know what I want it for, but we'll keep it just in case. Maybe there's a reason I want to freeze a conveyor or something later. Taking this did what? Oh, you know what? No. It allows me to lower the P-switch and create a platform. That's what the P-switch is for. There we go. Now an additional stomp allows me to send another stump up the left side wall. If we go down like this. No, that's not within range. Let's do it like this. That's within range. It goes up the left side wall, and then that allows me to do the muncher and blaster drop up here. Very good. That allows me to blow something up, that's for sure. Hang on. Let's not die to any of this stuff. That would be awfully embarrassing. Come on, get out, get out. There we go. Okay. Actually, where did I want the bomb? It wasn't here. Let's see here. It was through the key door on the other side. Ah, yes, no, there's a bit of a hot potato thing that goes on with the locking mechanism in the main room. Yes, that's what it is. Let's go back. Back. Natcat, the levels have been excellent. I mean, this is actually one that I had almost played all the way through on the previous stream 2 weeks ago. So I do remember some of the solutions, like this one here, which will allow me to manipulate the lock that is on the left side. Yeah, because we want to even out all of these locks, and we want to do that without blowing up too many of those. So let's see if we can do it. We're going to even those out. Probably one more lowering over here. Let me see. Yeah, because I can drop all 3 of these. That leaves me a set of 2 stacks on the left side. And then we can just run up like this. And then do a drop over here. That's going to grab me Yoshi. About 170 seconds to go. Now, this is as far as we got last time. If you go up here... well, you need to grab a trampoline first of all. But if you go up here, that's the goal. I was deliberately not doing that last time because I want to find a secret exit, and there's one very obvious place to look, which is right here. And yeah, man, you don't want to be accidentally banned or something for doing that. Do be careful. Whoops. What if I run back and forth? If I build up enough speed. I need to figure out how to... You know what? If I do a bit of a run here... There we go. There we go. That's all I needed to do was a bit of a jump. And here's the cake. Spent way too much time on this the other day. Well, 2 weeks ago, but we've since learned a thing or two. Let's grab some fire. Let's grab some fire. Just to be perfectly Promethean about it. Oh, actually, grabbing the fire is going to do nothing because I need to go back and grab a spring anyway, so... Never mind. That's not productive. But we got the cake. And then we're going to get this exit. Okay. And I need to now start my run without Yoshi's tongue getting in the way. And we'll just gently float down and take the exit. Thank you for the GG. So yeah, excellent, excellent puzzle level. Didn't really see much in this style out of this maker, Iris, or Death to Spies in Maker 2. He mainly makes music levels these days. Nothing against music levels, of course, but certainly it was interesting to see this puzzle push the limits of the camera positional mechanics that were in the original game. So once again, thank you for all the GGs, and for anybody who came in late, the level codes are all here on the page that is linked in the chat while that link still lasts. We're going to move on to, I believe it's number 28 now. It's called Pie is Better Than Cake, and it's by Evermar. Pi as in 3.141592653589793238468, etc., etc. So let's pop that in. Oh, whoops, wrong button. It's going to disconnect me now, actually. This is what happens, by the way, for those curious. If you accidentally hit bookmark nowadays, it does kick you back to the main screen. Okay. Whoops. No, let's go courses. Pie is indeed tasty. It's actually remarkable to me how many digits of pi I've still retained. Given that it was when I was very young that I thought I'd just try to memorize a bit of it for recitation. It used to be my little party trick when I was, I don't know, 12 or 13. Amazing how those things just remain in memory after all this time. Anyway, 2YMM, pie is better than cake. And here is the description on the website. Race and match your pace with a spiny shell through this cavern of dangers. Sometimes you will have to use the spiny shell as a platform to spin jump off of. And other times the spiny shell will trigger objects to assist you. And you get to the end in one shot to save your friend. Okay, we're going to race the spiny shell, and I've already missed a few things here and there. Didn't really need to spin on a blooper, but... yeah, here I just needed to actually slow down a little bit so we can get the landing properly. Or just adjust my height. Yeah, there are some places where I actually will want to slow down a bit. Or at least get fuller jumps to maximize my airtime. It seems like a lot of this actually is built around the expectation of full jumps. We'll just need to make little adjustments here and there. That was too much of an adjustment. I got into that spiny shell much too early. Okay. Too late. Much too late. I could see that coming. Interesting use of the Podoboos down below to make a deadly conveyor. Much more elegant solution than trying to use things like invisible blocks to trap the player in a bit of a clumsier fashion is usually the trick that is used for most levels where you want to create a no landing zone. Always feels a little bit inelegant to see that, so a couple of consecutive bounces there. And we have to remember, of course, that the semi-solid and spike stack in Maker 1 is not safe. It is purely an aesthetic thing to make the spikes look slightly less hideous. Nowadays in Maker 2, of course, it just visually kind of tricks you out. No, we just need to do a standard jump there. I don't know why I'm spinning. Just getting into the habit. And yeah, Document, that's a very good point. That the auto-scroll synchronization is a big part of what makes this work. I mean, the spiny shell does kind of change its position a little bit if you look carefully, but for the most part, the fact that it remains on screen the whole time like this is something very neat and clean. Okay, let's remember that standard jumps do in fact work from time to time. Let's keep that in mind when we are on the upper segments, instead of just spinning everywhere. Do I still know how to play this as a platforming game? Maybe I do. I haven't been doing too much platforming lately. That's what happens when I take even a week off from Mario Maker. Interestingly enough, that was a safe zone I could have departed if I reacted to that properly. Okay. Nope, too high. Luca, the level is moving, not the spiny shell. Well, it's all relative. Okay. Oh, it's gonna resynchronize all the way up there. Very nice. There is going to be a key door at the end that we need to watch out for. Currently can't quite see... Oh, okay, the key is just for surviving from the first segment. We can probably do that. But let's scout out this section here first. We'll see, because I've done almost all of the cakes in 2YMM, but one of the ones I missed was the one that required me to keep a key from before checkpoint 1, because that was also another level involving Spinies that got a little bit tricky for me to one-shot near the end, but here, if we just followed the coins accurately, that would have solved all my problems. Also, we need to jump high enough to get onto the platform. That's rather important. Okay, let's get up here. I totally can go for the second blooper directly, I think, if I feel like I'm a little bit behind pace. Risky, but it totally felt like it should be doable. Very helpful top coin over there. Yeah, short bounces will do. I just lost a bit of momentum there and overcorrected. Okay, here we are. Very interesting side bounce there. Always love momentum tricks like that. That was a little unexpected, but that's because I wasn't really paying that much attention. So yeah, the side bounce caught me a little bit by surprise, but it was a very neat trick. Always nice when pipe spawn timings actually work out, given how notoriously slow they are across both Maker games. Up we go, and up we go. No. You can actually still get on at that point and probably salvage that, but I feel like the sideways momentum is probably what I want to have happen. And I just need to know that I have to aim for the blooper at the end of that bounce. Look at that amazing momentum there. Actually, that's too much momentum. I think maybe that's not the right idea after all. Maybe I'm supposed to let this stump go ahead of me then. Because now I'm actually getting to that next blooper way too soon. That's how you know you've been playing too many Meng levels in Maker 2. When you see massive side bounces like that and think, aha, clearly that's intended. I mean, I am obviously supposed to get onto blooper when it bounces, though. It's just that the camera positioning on blooper number 2 seemed to be a little bit behind pace for me previously, so... We'll see what happens with that bounce when I get back to it. Definitely a very memorable bit of this level, though. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. Too much forward momentum off the stump that time, though. I couldn't quite pull back enough to get that fixed up. Okay, no, that works. That does not work. Okay, so we know that I can't get onto the stump too early because we need to get back onto the stump after the blooper sequence. So we don't want to ride the stump and max out its momentum immediately. We don't really even need to get on the bloopers while they're in the bouncing position, as I discovered that time, because we went a little bit too quickly to get back onto stump at the end of that. So let's see what we can manage here. Yeah, so we can land safely there. We're a little bit behind pace now, but if we just find a sweet spot for that, then we should be able to get out of there quickly. Okay, here we go again. Way too much momentum, but then we'll come back here, and there we go. Just had to pull back a bit and remember to spin jump at the end. That looks like a cake, if you look at those candles near the end. Although we know that we don't have the key for the best exit. But yeah, so you can land on the arrow first, and in fact it seems recommended, rather than trying to ride that out. We'll get a maximum jump off the second blooper, and then veer left. That should be the appropriate timing to get onto the stumps on their way over to the right. Nope. And once again, that's incorrect. Whoops. I keep trying to get on that thing before it goes up, and we've failed in that enough by now that I should know that's wrong. I do want everything to be launched first. I mean, if you do get onto stump, that's okay, as long as you stay onto stump a little while longer before you approach the blooper. A little bit tricky to find the exact timing for that, but yeah, nice full jump on that. And once again, the stump momentum is going to get me a bit far, given that I was sailing off-screen vertically and couldn't quite see my position there. Okay, here we are. Nope. Standard jump. I think theoretically you probably could just make it to the second blooper, but again, the stump will just not be in position by the time you get there, so... Realistically, I don't quite know how doable blind this segment is here. As much as I like the side bounce on that muncher, if you don't know what your destination is, or the fact that your timing will have to end up getting back onto the stump once it passes the conveyor. If you don't know any of that in advance, there is a little bit of variation here that's possible. That time I just needed to hug left a little bit more, and that would have been safe. I overshot it a bit while I was avoiding the spikes up top. Yeah, needed fuller jumps there to stay in the air a little bit longer, so the stumps have a bit more time to get over to where I am. I'm still going too fast for the stumps to catch up to me. And so it has to be a full jump over both bloopers to compensate for that. Okay, that's fine too. That'll work. Feels a lot more comfortable, in fact. And over we go. Yep, going to miss that. You know, just letting the stump go a little further before I jump off towards the blooper is going to be the solution there. And remembering to spin jump is going to be the solution there, so... Whoops. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, the nice thing is that generally I don't have to think about the green pipe timing, so they just work very naturally. So yeah, stay on the stump a little longer, that's going to be the idea. Probably waiting for the stump to land on the conveyor before I jump off is the approach here, instead of going directly. The coin indications in this level have generally been quite good. I think that for the stump, though, in order to clarify that timing, that's something that might have benefited from some coin placement as well, in a very subtle way. Simply because the player has so much latitude for what to do with the stump in a way that isn't necessarily going to be clear. Anyway, let's bounce. And bounce. Land first. There we go. Much more comfortable. I did remember to spin. I did overshoot slightly, though. Yeah, that's a significantly more comfortable timing to land with the stump first. One of those timings that feels smooth enough that you just sort of immediately understand that that must have been the intended way to do things. Land and then jump. Yeah, I had to do a little bit of momentum correction there. I should ideally not be correcting my direction there as I land onto Spiny, because that is going to lead to a little bit too much trouble while it's still coasting to the right. Whoops, wrong kind of jump. Anyway, up we go. Land and jump. Very smooth. Over to candles. Over to candles. Okay, if that's actually all there is to it... I suppose if you grab the key... Oh, I suppose in this game you can just miss the gold tape and head for Yoshi for the clear. Okay. That's all there is by the looks of it. No additional screen or anything, so I don't feel especially motivated to try to do the proper clear. But anyway, thanks for the GGs. It's short enough that we can try it, though. I won't put a serious grind into it. But given that we've taken the time to learn the second segment, and that I should be able to do it somewhat reliably at this stage, not a big deal to grind this out properly. I don't think it will take me long anyway. I could be very wrong. But we'll find that out the hard way. Oops. No, no, no. Yeah, initially when I saw that it was going to be a no checkpoint challenge for the bonus, I thought, okay, maybe I potentially have to deal with 2 checkpoints to deal with something that works perhaps unreliably, like the stump. But now that we have a reliable method for stump, and I've seen that due to the amount of horizontal coverage you get in this level, there are only the 2 main segments. Everything looks quite doable all of a sudden, so probably worth the time. Of course, we'll see how hilariously we choke now that I've decided to do that. Speak of the devil. Speak of the blooper, rather. That one belongs in the blooper reel. Okay. Here we go. You know, for the new Super Mario Bros. Animated film, they actually should have an outtakes reel at the end of it, where Mario misses various jumps that he makes in the course of the film. That's what I think. We don't know anything about the film apart from the voice cast right now, but if I were in charge, that's what I would do. Which also reminds me that Pixar hasn't done their outtakes for a very long time. It used to be that a few weeks after the theatrical releases of some of the early films like A Bug's Life, Monsters Incorporated, etc., they would have the fake blooper reel that would later be a DVD special feature. And usually would just motivate people to see the film again a few weeks into release. At least back when they originally did that, but I can't remember the last time that they actually produced one of those as an end credits segment. I guess it would have been something that continued to be a tradition in a Toy Story series. I get the feeling that there was a blooper reel in the end credits of Toy Story 4, but at this point I can't quite recall. You know what? I wanted to start over for the key. I don't know why I was just sort of mindlessly grinding that out, but at least we have remembered now that I want to wait for the stump to land, because that was my previous method when I was not busy talking about blooper reels in animated films. But yeah, I did say at the beginning of 1YMM that I wasn't going to be too completionist about this stuff. With 2YMM, though, we've been doing more and more of it. But given how much time I lost to not streaming in the past 2 weeks, in the interest of catching up, I will probably not do too many secret exits today. And Overdrive, welcome back. Hope you've been doing well. Oops. And yeah, it's been a little while for me. Possibly for you as well. If this is your first time catching me in 2022, I did change up my schedule a bit to have an earlier start, and the idea was that I could stream a little more often. That so far hasn't panned out every week. Some weeks have gone better than others when it comes to being able to broadcast, but lately a mix of technical issues, personal scheduling conflicts, and world events have all kind of conspired to make it difficult for me to stream, so. And yeah, Overdrive, I've heard a couple of people comment on that before. I'm glad that for people who are late night watchers in the North American time zones, that this stream is available to provide that service. The word you're looking for is soporific. In fact, we have a bot for this kind of thing. Let's plug it into the bot. Also, because I can test if I got it running properly today. There we go. There's your word of the day. And let's go up. Yeah, Overdrive, always very satisfying to collect new words. Okay, wait for the stump to land, and then we go, then we go. Now this jump is a bit tricky. Felt like I was a little bit low going into that much of that time, but thankfully that wasn't too bad. Now I don't even know if those key doors are directly matched or if there's something else going on. I think they must be. Just because of the way the scrolling and the gate positioning is going to work in this level. I mean, from what I'm seeing of the camera, I don't know that there's any room for this level to match the doors anywhere else. Can't really do hidden rooms in the same way that you do in Maker 2 with the scroll stop techniques. Anyway, let's get caught up over here. Let's not flub the ending this time. Or anything before it, for that matter. Okay, down and up. Okay, this spin jump is going to be a slight issue. We died on the cake. Wonderful. Well, I mean, that's what happens when you stuff your face into a cake while the candles are still lit and burning. Better to learn that the hard way in Mario Maker than in real life. Okay, here we are again. Wait for the stump to land. This is how we end up burning far too much time at certain levels. When I just want to do one task that feels so close. The levels where I am close to success are the ones that take a lot longer in many ways than the ones that are actually more challenging. Much more motivation to try to push through it the hard way. Okay, land. See what I said earlier about stuffing your face headfirst into a cake? You shouldn't do it while the candles are lit, and you shouldn't do it in the candles, as we just also learned. We haven't died to too many cakes, considering. There have been a few that were slightly hazardous in some previous levels. But we've generally been good about not dying on the cake. This one, however, has been an exception. Nice way to integrate the cake into the central mechanic of the level, though. In the Maker 2 projects, 4, 5, and 6YMM, that was something far more common, but that has not been the case with all of the cakes that we've seen in these early projects so far. When the cake decoration hadn't quite escalated into its present form. 1K man, welcome. Slight visual delay with a game audio. Let's check that. Thanks for letting me know about that. And yeah, let me know if that persists. I might try to fix it in a moment, but I don't want to make a mistake that will take down the whole stream for several minutes, like we did last time. When I thought, oh, I'll just unplug this thing and reset it, and then we took the stream down for about 5 to 10 minutes. It was one of the big technical issues I was running into previously. So yeah, let me know if the desync is something that's pretty intense. I can't quite see it on my display right now, so. But we'll try to fix it maybe at the end of this level. Because we already had a bit of a technical interruption earlier. Yeah, it's not quite as elegant to fix the synchronization on the Wii U as it is with a Switch. With a Switch, I just do a quick suspend and resume. That usually fixes any issues like that. With the Wii U, well, you have a bit of a longer turnaround time if you want to try anything like that, so. Do I have the key? How come I don't have the key? Did I just forget to start over? I think I forgot to start over. Hang on. It's like, why am I not carrying the key? That's okay, that was practice. Yeah, I guess we were talking about the audio, and I didn't pay attention to the fact that I didn't hit start over. Well, that's just the kind of thing that happens when I'm not paying attention. And yeah, 1K Man, I'm glad it's a little better now. Saves me the trouble. Yeah, I know what was happening there. I was reading my audio dials and trying to see if there was a synchronization problem. And completely neglected to hit start over, and then just casually cleared the level without properly thinking about where I was. In general, I do enjoy the principle of bonus contents or bonus exits, rewarding finishing levels without the use of checkpoints. I've always liked that kind of design. The level design, of course, has to work with it in terms of behaving very consistently, so you don't feel like you're dying to RNG or anything, or other physics jank. But in general, I am very approving of that kind of design. In some ways, in most respects, I think that would have made for a more interesting difficulty mode progression in Metroid Dread, which just received a new difficulty mode yesterday, as many of you will know if you watched the Nintendo Direct. So Metroid Dread has this progression where it launched with normal and hard mode. Hard mode is only different in terms of everything doing double damage, which makes pretty much no practical difference. Because the bosses, especially late in the game, hit hard enough that you kind of need to dodge most of what they throw at you anyway, and so you just have a slightly less generous margin of error when it comes to the dodging. It's very fresh in my mind because I actually did, when I was off stream over the last week, clear Dread hard mode in the 4-hour time. That gives you all of the ending rewards. And it's very easy to do if you already have a strategy mapped out for normal mode. Yeah, 1K Man, that was such a tease for not receiving Mother 3. That's what I thought of that. I'm very glad, though, that Earthbound Beginnings, or Earthbound 0, as the fans used to call Mother 1, is something that's available once again, though, given that it didn't release to much fanfare when they finally localized it 25 years late for the Wii U. Anyway, that was that for that level. I'll continue talking about Metroid in a bit, I think, but we'll proceed a bit first and enter the next code. And yeah, 1K Man, it'll be quite a treat for people to be able to play the Portal 2 co-op in split screen as well. I did originally play that co-op campaign across 2 PCs with my co-op partner at the time. And it is a fantastic co-op campaign, so really glad that more people will be able to experience that, online or locally. The next level is going to be Super Wario 64 by Brick 101. I guess we can expect some costumes. Anyway, what I was saying about the Dread difficulty mode was that they just patched in a mode where all damage from enemies kills you in one hit. I don't think that's really that interesting. I think that doing a challenge with reduced access to things like save points or checkpoints, or even no checkpoints, would have been great for the most part, were it not for the fact that in Dread you have a lot of things like one-hit kills from the enemies. Otherwise, it's checkpointed extremely generously, and the same went for Samus Returns as well, where if it weren't for the Emmys, I think something like a no checkpoint mode would have been a little more interesting. Even just in a standard hard mode, instead of just having double damage and leaving it at that. But really looking forward to the boss rush, though. I think the boss rush is something that I will stream when it comes out. But yeah, the Dread update in terms of the difficulty adjustments, that's not something that affects me too much, even though it does open up some things like speedrunning categories, because of course you can no longer just do certain speed tricks that involve taking damage if you're doing very, very high-end speedrunning at the highest levels. So as a spectator experience, at least that's new content. But as a player experience, I don't really need to play more of the game until the boss rush comes out. But anyway, let's take a look at Super Wario 64. The description says, "It's a me, Wario? In this level from an alternate dimension where Wario Maker is celebrating its 2nd anniversary, Wario platforms through a mashup of WarioWare and Super Mario 64. Now, the odd thing is, I think there actually is a WarioWare level building game that was released for DS. But this will not be it. Let's play. Okay. So, the door. Why is it telling me something about the door? Oh, you know what? Because it's basically like WarioWare, it's like giving me a bit of a command at the beginning. Bomb? Yeah, it basically is like a WarioWare micro game. And we needed to bomb this instead, but, you know. We'll take to death. Yeah, no, I needed to jump onto Cannonball on the left side. So yeah, this is basically a series of micro games, and the second one technically is timed because of the way the bomb works. But this first one is just an intro sequence, so it's not timed. Oh, it's Yoshi on top of the castle, just like in Super Mario 64 DS. Hang on. If I remember correctly. I know that that's sort of been a Mario 64 rumor thing forever. And I don't remember exactly, whoops, how 64 DS managed it. But we'll just make it up as we go along. Sure, let's play as Yoshi. That's a nice touch. And yeah, Mang, I'm thinking of the Luigi rumor. I confused the two things. Oh, whoops. It's okay, we need to drop in before the Muncher drops on my head. And this game is just going to be telling me to go down. And I needed to continue going down, of course. And yeah, Mang, I do remember playing 64 DS and trying out the different characters. In fact, I played 64 DS when it launched with the wrist strap on the original DS build that doubled as a thumb pad, and the idea was that you could use the thumb pad on a touchscreen as an alternative to an analog stick. It did not work that well. But a lot of the other enhancements in the 64 DS were actually kind of nice, and would have been nice to have back. Whoops. There we go. I didn't remember that about the Waluigi rumor, though, which was formerly a Luigi rumor. Whoops, too late. Yeah, the texter says eel. I guess the Wiggler here is supposed to be like the eels in, well, first of all, Mario 64, but also in NSMB when they were finally introduced to the 2D series. Nice way of implementing that with the Wiggler, actually. You would think that using the Wiggler to emulate the Mario eels would be something you see in Mario Maker more often, but I rarely do. Okay, let's not spend too long on this. Okay, P-switch is going to stop the conveyor, and then you want the thwomp to land on the POW. Oh, yeah, because it is like the, not the thwomp, but the womp in Mario 64, so. Except it's falling on the POW, not falling on you. And the text even gives that away. The text says womp. I guess if you're fast enough... Oh, no, never mind. The P-switch is just here. Okay. Let's hit this and see what it gives me. Whoops. Nabbit. Okay, we'll take Nabbit. We'll also check the checkpoint. I'm guessing this one just gives you Wario, though, because of the fact that... Whoops. Start out as Wario. Oh, too bad about Nabbit. If we take the death, though, at some point, we'll try Nabbit again. 1K Man, you're saying something about a double pipe? Oh, here's a question mark. Ride. Okay. Yeah, interesting use of the P-switch to do a lot of the time gates. And I guess something would have just fallen on you and killed you. Interesting way to make the bully. Similar to what we've seen in some places in Maker 2 before, of course, but... Come on, get out of here. Here we go. Nabbit's just gonna do his thing. Come on. Nope, that's gonna be a miss. And a crush. And yeah, 1K Man, we've seen the pipe stacking trick quite a few times in the course of playing 1 and 2 YMM. Lots of secret exit fake-outs all over the place. When it comes to using, what was at that point, a pretty standard trick for makers to play with. Whoops. I gotta miss this again. Okay. Oh, poor Nabbit. Anyway, here's once again missing the jump. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, 1K Man, about the pipe decoration here. Giving away a little bit of stacking just to sort of make this look a bit clean. I don't know if functionally that stack is getting had a multiple exit, but I think it might enforce a one-way. Yeah. Yeah, it's a one-way pipe. One of the many things you can do in this game. Okay. Let's actually give myself enough time to grab that coin safely this time. Oh no. Nope. Nice way to have that gate close in, though. Obviously, we do want to finish as Nabbit if we can, just to see our Nabbit effects. Come on. Ah, we'll just take the death here. Need to pull the Boo out a little bit further so I get a bit of a run. You know, in spite of how nice it was to see WarioWare make a comeback last year, I still have not played the new WarioWare game that was released a few months ago. Back when it looked like the Switch was just giving the whole Game Boy Advance era a massive comeback. Yeah, you actually just need to survive this and continue platforming. That's all that segment is. So yeah, it looks like the second third of this level is going to end with a chase, just like the first third. And it is going to be a chase, we just need to play it carefully. You can see that the chase was actually built on top of that previous room. Nope. No, we needed to not do that. Oh, we needed to drop it on to the spring. Yeah, we lead the bullet off the platform, it drops onto the note block, and then it probably creates a vine. That's what it is. I totally misread that. Yeah, you drop it onto a vine. I don't think I saw a coin in that room, though, did I? Let's keep an eye out for a coin in the bully room. Maybe not. Maybe it's just 3 coins per segment plus the safety at the end. In which case, we already have 6. So yeah, we lead it off here like this. There we go. And then checkpoints. And then we will stay as Nabbit if I can. Goomba. Punch. Okay, so now it's more like Punch Out. Up. That's going to be a disaster, I'm sure. Yeah, I guess you need to come in here with the conveyor belts frozen from the previous P-switch, and that's how it enforces everything. You have to come into the room with the P-switch already activated, and then that permits a new P-switch to be activated as you go room by room. Yeah, as you can see there with the Piranha Plant landing. But the initial P-switch prevents the conveyor belts from closing in and squishing you. Just like what we saw there. So, a little bit more punch accuracy would be nice, of course. It's more like a meta Goomba. There we go, just in time. No, except the P-switch is inactive. No, the P-switch activates anyway if you come in here. So you're fine. Oh, it's like TikTok Clock, that's what it is. As far as Mario 64 tributes go, that's what this thing is supposed to be. And yeah, the Goomba that we saw at the checkpoint was the portrait. It's like one of the castle portraits in Mario 64. I've been paying so much attention to the WarioWare element of this that I hadn't been thinking enough about the Mario 64 theme. But that's clearly what's going on. Even some of the platforming resembling the sort of stuff you would see in Tick-Tock Clock. And Rainbow Cruise, probably. Made very famous by a particular stage in Smash Melee. This is going to be a disaster. Here we go, just in time. 9 coins, and yeah, this is the Bowser Staircase. Except you can't really cheese your way through it. Bowser, okay. I am down by a coin though, so that's going to be trouble. So Bowser is still beatable once that opens up, just with a little bit of difficulty. Need to read this stuff a little bit faster than I've been doing. What? Come on. Missing every POW. Okay. Going like that. It's going to be a little bit better. The Tick-Tock effect here adds quite a bit to the Tick-Tock Clock theme as well, using the note blocks on either side. Ride and fly. Probably shouldn't have taken a hit there before Bowser Staircase, but we'll do what we can and enter here with the P-switch still active. Yeah, if you still have a power-up available at that point, you can save the next one. Love the use of the Superstar here, in fact. Okay, that works too. No. Oh, he comes back. Okay, interesting. Right, because it's Winged Bowser, yeah. Anyway, Wario 2Y Wario Maker 2YWM. Whoops. Oh, it's Waluigi. Okay. And yeah, I guess I'm just reading the pixel art here. It's like Wario passing things off to Waluigi. And we'll take the 1-ups. And we'll depart. Anyway, 2 years of Waluigi Maker. This is totally some. Oh no, that's just the other room. Okay. Nice way of covering the flagpole as well. Thank you for the GGs. Let's do another. The next level is going to be Reindeer Meatballs by Funaruna. Funa, of course, we've previously seen in both 1 and 4YMM. Usually a platformer maker leaning towards the harder side of the projects, but we'll see how this one goes as soon as I punch into code accurately. Funaherna, rather. Actually, I'm not totally sure of the pronunciation, but let's just go with Funa, as we've done many times before. Reindeer Meatballs, snack-sized platforming with Scandinavian design sensibilities. Infinite checkpoint system included, the woo to masses. So, it's going to be a multi-checkpoint level once again. And I'm trying to remember the name of the 1YMM level by Funa. Oh yeah, it was Much Temple, which was also a multi-checkpoint platforming level. And I think it was in a similar theme as well. I don't remember if it was Super Mario World Ghost House, but I think it was. Anyway, meatball time. Snack-sized platforming with Scandinavian design sensibilities. I mean, I know this is supposed to be from a Finnish maker, but maybe it's a ribbit, the IKEA principles of Funa's Swedish neighbors. Okay, let's start with the doors, left to right. No, we want to let it go down first, and I want to let it boost me up. Interesting mechanic. No, and I want to jump off. I don't need any kind of boost momentum on the way up. What I want to do is jump off as it's about to switch back. So it's entirely a timing puzzle. Timing challenge. Like that. And then you used spring to jump over, but with good timing. Up we go. That was a little bit early, as we can see. And that was too early because you need the middle to come down as well, not just the right side, because it has been raised by big munchers. Nope. Well, at least that saved me. And that was not quite enough momentum that time. You can't place one-ways on pipes like that anymore, yeah. Just due to the stacking logic with pipes. Creating all kinds of problems. In fact, before I knew about pipe stacking in Maker 1, that was how I'd do some pipe gating from time to time, just doing that halfway stack with the one-way panel. Still not gaining quite enough height because I'm leaving the jump a little too far to the left. That timing is a little bit tricky. Really just cutting too much momentum that time. We'll see. I think all these segments are likely to be fairly short, so... Whoops. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. I think I may actually be leaving too late, because the lower platform might have lowered by that point. But I do need things to go down to get over that, and I do need to start that with a spring on the left available. Jumping too early still. After that is going to be the POW block to drop a whole bunch of the munchers. And then we'll see how things continue from there. There we go. Then you take this over, and then that's it. Very short segment. Just entirely about that one jump. Anyway, multi-checkpoint system is going to be its own mushroom check. Yeah, we just needed to stand on the left. I didn't read that quickly enough to understand what was going to happen, but... Okay. I think I do need to leave from the bottom platform if I'm to do that. Let's try it again. Interestingly enough, you can get through that segment without successfully collecting the coin. It just means you have to do it again. Now that's interesting. Yeah, obviously you do need to get over the middle and go back and forth. These are very entity expensive setups. And so you can immediately understand why the rooms are so short, not just for difficulty tuning, but because this level is trying to cram a lot of stuff into a small space, even though you do get a bit of budget savings from the munchers that are stored in pipes. Yeah, really interesting overlaps here. Too much forward momentum. I could have just jumped directly if I'd adjusted out of that a little bit better. Nope. Too late. Yeah, the timing mechanism here is purely the muncher and pipe timing. It's a pretty readable cycle. I'm just consistently late anyway. Whoops. Nope. I totally missed Document's comment earlier about the creator-made campaigns in Left 4 Dead. I'm looking at chat now and realize I missed a message about 20 minutes ago. One thing that I don't necessarily expect to make it into the Portal collection for Switch is the level editor in Portal 2. As you would expect from somebody who plays Maker games, I did enjoy poking around in that too, but at that time, in 2011, you wouldn't have had something like a streaming community. This was very early days before Twitch in its present form. I think it was still probably just in TV back then. Around 2011, when it was with the StarCraft tournaments at the time that Twitch really got underway as a game streaming service. And were there something like a Portal 2 viewer level stream at the time, that would have been really interesting. Portal 2 document has the level editor. Portal 1 does not. Portal 2 also has a couple of full-size custom campaigns, like unofficial campaigns that are downloadable as separate packages on Steam. But initially it also had a way to package levels like you do with the Super Worlds in this game. Very similar, or Super Worlds in Maker 2, rather. I feel like you do need the spring for the reversal. Yeah, with Portal 2, I was pretty sure that you could do co-op customs as well, but good luck getting anybody to play that. So, that's one thing to definitely look out for with the Switch port of Portal 2, because that's not something they mentioned at all, and they don't mention it, I assume that it's not necessarily coming. We're just going to go clockwise. I'll just have to remember I'm going clockwise. We need to lower this before I go forward. Bumping the Muncher up will give me enough time to continue and land. There is one thing in Portal 1 that I felt was kind of missing in Portal 2, though, and that was the least portals challenges. Because in Portal 1, you had a whole bunch of custom challenges for not only speed records, but efficiency records, like doing puzzles in the fewest possible steps. Those were a lot of fun. And I remember that Portal 2 didn't have benchmarks in quite the same way, because the thing about Portal 1 is that they would actually motivate you to find things like breaks that had come up in the QA testing and find alternate methods to trick out the game. Like, it would actively encourage that by setting certain challenges for the fewest portals and so on. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see all that come in for a new audience. Whoops. Let's look before we leap next time. Well, I don't know why I was expecting a slow cycle, probably because we had seen so many munchers spawn out of pipes. So these munchers, of course, just bounce up and down all day long. Yeah, too bad Valve can't count to 3. I mean, it seemed like the Half-Life VR game that came out, Half-Life Alyx, was very much a full-sized Valve product, but I remember seeing that and thinking, okay, maybe 10 years from now when I actually have a home VR setup, I'll get to experience it properly. But I'm not particularly motivated to adopt VR in any other way, so... Actually, I know Subnautica has VR support, and that would have been an interesting game. Although Subnautica is also kind of buggy enough, even in its non-VR form, that might lead to some hilarious issues. So do I... Yeah, I need the Muncher to come down. And then I need to land that jump accurately enough to get in and get out. 5, room 6. There we go. No, it's unlikely to become a Beat Saber stream, unfortunately. I know what Beat Saber is. I don't think I've actually watched people play it, but I know it's that VR lightsaber game, basically. Hang on. There we go. You know, Natcat Metaverse is a term I associate so strongly with Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson, which is what popularized the term as pretty much the sort of, virtual reality internet equivalent. Kind of like a proto-MMO in that cyberpunk setting. That it's in some ways very strange to see it's put towards this very corporate purpose by Facebook as it starts to get away from the Oculus brand. Donkey, you're describing it as Jedi Guitar Hero. That sounds interesting. So I need to lower the spring. Wait, no, I need to drop the donut block. And as the donut block is falling, drop this. No, that's not right. But I needed to land on top of a falling donut block, don't I? And then follow it down gently. I don't see why that would be the case, though, because, like, why wouldn't I just be able to jump over? Oh, I see. Okay, no. Yeah, so I want to land, and I want to lower the whole thing, because then if I make it over to the right side, I'd need a spring to be available over there, right? No, this isn't correct. Let's read this over again. Let's jump across first. Yeah, no, I need to bounce off of it, for sure, but I feel like I need it to fall on me. And fall on me probably as the donut block is going down. There we go. That's really interesting. Okay, we'll get on. We'll follow the bounce and miss. But that is the right idea. And yeah, that's just a momentum issue. We have the right idea, just not the right timing. That's a very interesting solution. Kind of nice to have something like this that I need to sort of solve in the middle of a platforming extravaganza. All of which is built around these muncher and spring mechanics. Nope. Nope. Too soon. I do need to jump with a bit of forward momentum, though. That felt like the missing piece of the puzzle. Let's not accidentally get up. Add a little bit of time to the checkpoint. This looks like it's the last segment before safety coin, though, if I look at the coin count first of all, and also understand the placement of the key as a signal in the bottom left. That's likely going to be the exit door. Nope. Need to actually lower the donut block first, that might be helpful. Yeah, having a few momentum and spacing issues here, but I get a general idea. Nope. But yeah, just given how many tricks you have to learn piece by piece in this level and how unique a lot of the setups are relative to each other, it does make a lot of sense for everything to be divided piecemeal into these tiny room-sized challenges. No, not the right kind of momentum that time. I think we will need to rethink that. Barely made that. But yeah, you need the muncher to spit this. I think I'm actually leaving a little bit late. As you can see, because I am a little bit low on that curve. Seemed like that was tucked right against the back, though, that time. Instead of landing on top of the muncher a different way. I guess the timing sort of resynchronizes. Like it's not going to be quite perfect on the first spawn. Well, let's see about that when we get back. Because they are both green pipe timings. But of course, partly it's dependent on when that trampoline coming from the top right dies off screen. So you can see that the placement of the first one lands directly on the muncher instead of a little bit to the left. Maybe that changes something. And yeah, we kind of got bumped from that initial placement that pushes you, rather pushes you against a wall as the spring is initially going left, and so we had a bit of extra momentum just kind of on that rebound, which is a nice, subtle way of doing things. Oh, here is something that looks very dangerous. Like I was saying. But it does have the courtesy of killing you before the safety coin becomes an issue. This little precision challenge right here. Whoops. Now let's not take a key death, that would be bad. This looks like... Oh, okay, no, this is just the flag. Now that we've cleared the IKEA. YMM. Anything else to see here? Probably not. Let's hit some things anyway. Oh, here's something. Naturally, we have to check everything now. Would have been easier to check everything if I had an up throw, though. Hang on. Ah, that's okay. Let's just grab the clear. I feel satisfied just getting the Shellnet at the end, so... We got something for our trouble. So yeah, really interesting. Just have to learn a lot of timings here and there, but pretty much every jump in that level was something quite different, in spite of the fact that the whole level kind of revolved around the same common elements. It just does everything very efficiently, where every jump is just its own unique thing. Okay. The next level is going to be Donut Fall Dungeon by Stark. Let's punch that in. Have to poke around on my touch screen as usual. And hope that we poked it accurately for 16 digits. Here we go. Donut Fall Dungeon. Notice that's Roman numeral 2. This looks really quite nice from the banner screen. Look at all of the decoration in some spots that look like they may or may not be reachable. We'll see. Looks spectacular anyway. Venture in a dungeon with moving platforms, an auto-scroller with donuts falling everywhere, and a high level of challenge. Will you make it out of there alive? Well, let's see. Anyway, falling donut auto-scroll. Actually reminds me immediately of the 5 or 6 YMM level by, I think it was by Cesium Atom, which was also a donut auto-scroller, but with Maker 2 mechanics. I believe that was Cesium Atom's level, but I don't quite recall. Anyway, let's get it over here. Let's not jump too early there. I mean, it's very obvious what's going to happen. Paying attention from time to time might save a few lives. But yeah, in some locations you will need to wait. The donut setup is done using thwomps, of course. Given that thwomp placements on top of donut blocks activate them instantly, we do need to fall on top of that rather than jump. And that will be it for this segment, unless we want to, for some reason, go down a vine that's at the very end. Up we go. Do we want to fall into that? Let's check the door first. I feel like there probably was a bonus or something at the beginning. Let's start over and do it. This is an easy segment to repeat. I mean, it's letting you climb on that vine. It looks awfully suspicious. Unless that's just a death with the auto-scroll pushing you into the pit. For not getting into the door quickly enough. Thank you for the follow. I see my notifications are not working, actually, my sound notifications. Or at least I don't think they are. Let me see if I can fix that quickly. Yeah, the raid and follow alerts for not playing the sound just now, I think I fixed it. But thank you for the follow regardless. I mean, I haven't streamed in a week and a half, I'm still remembering how to do this. Oh, whoops, staying there too long. Now, it is auto-scroll, all of the timings will be consistent, just the thwomps spawning in at a control the moment in time. Anything that is player activated will have a little bit of variance to it. So that would be all of the skull platforms and blue platforms. Up pipes, as usual, are going to be the death of me. Oh, whoops. Well, same idea as before. See what I said about the up pipes? It's funny, Maker 1 lets you stack so many things in pipes. Maker 2 is not quite so flexible in that respect, but it still does let you stack divines on top of pipes for easier entries, which is something that I'm quite relieved to have. I would not be pleased if they took that out of an eventual Maker 3 and made pipe placement even more restrictive than it is now. It seems like one common factor when it comes to a lot of the editor placement changes and restrictions in Maker 2 is that they took away a lot of stuff that is sort of dependent on, you know, poking at certain spots on a touchscreen and basically poking at objects until they take the stacking priority that you want. I mean, you can do that stuff with a controller and the cursor scheme in Maker 2 if you wanted, like if you wanted to do pipe and semi-solid stacking the way you do in Maker 1. But it seemed like they designed the editor in Maker 2 to just not deal with that kind of complication. In most cases. There are a few things where the order in which you tap things is still going to have an effect on placement when it comes to things like objects on tracks. Or objects overlapping with objects on tracks. But instead what we have wound up with within Maker 2 is just a lot of placement that behaves reliably, but restrictively. And to be fair, some things like the Podoboo centering trick in the first game, they are pretty opaque. It's not the kind of thing you're going to discover organically without contact with the community. But it would have been nice to have some kind of alternative method to do that instead of just losing the feature entirely. Especially because we now have scroll stop in Maker 2, where suddenly you really notice when things that are odd or even numbered in certain contexts just don't center properly. I'm consistently too far off screen when I try to make that jump. That's something I have to correct for. You have to sort of feel like you're jumping into an abyss. With that timing there. Whoops. Okay, down we go. And here's a checkpoint. And, oh yes, there is going to be that slowdown in lava. Do have to remember that. And get a little bit of airtime while we wait for the thwomp to come down. Okay, down we go. And just kind of falling off the diagonal before my jump button quite registered. Yeah, just a matter of reflexes being slow, I guess. Long transmission time between brain intending to do one thing and fingers doing it. Lantis, welcome. Yeah, Lantis, I did sort of unexpectedly take a 2-week break from this, so hopefully I'm still able to get through 2 and 3 YMM before the website domain name expires, as you were warning me about previously. Okay, let's go down. Actually, make the jumps this time. You can get quite low here without dying. Oh, okay, it's gonna be a hyperspeed thing down there. I don't know why it was offering me that vine then. I don't know what I thought would happen. I suppose that's just a bit of a synchronization tool, in case there's a bit of variance in player timing. Down we go. Single block again. Whoops. Got that one on the first try previously, but not so lucky this time. I wonder about those bricks that are placed in all of these corners. I mean, I doubt they're going to be a hidden key or anything. They're not really that accessible. Probably just there for aesthetic variation. Yeah, that's based on a mole, so if you're within the mole's spawning box, then the timing is going to be fine. I am still underestimating just how long those platforms remain safe when they do get lowered into the lava. They stay alive for quite a while. Or rather, you stay alive for quite a while when you're on top. But yeah, brain to thumb transmission time is not the best right now. I think that's one thing that does decline with age, even in a very minute fashion, that as a matter of fractions of a millisecond, you're only really going to notice in playing video games. The way that people play fighting games online notice network lag. And you gradually do notice with playing platformers when inputs are intensive enough that you can't quite execute on what you are mentally thinking of doing. Anyway, just making excuses for being slow and missing jumps. I don't want to activate the skull platforms too quickly. That's a part of the issue here. Because once again, the skull platform timings are going to be dependent on the player input. The donut platforms are not dependent on player input, and so it looks like I'm activating that skull too early. I don't need to do it that early. I actually want to stall on the skull for as long as I can. I don't know that going in, of course, but with that nice high jump, you make the skull a little more available every time out, except without hitting my head. Luca, you have great faith in my proficiency with my tongue. Unfortunately, it might make it difficult to first of all, keep the stream family friendly, and secondly, talk at the same time. In other words, that's what she said. Or said the actress to the bishop, which was the classic formulation. There is a clip from 1929, around close to the birth of the Talking Pictures, which began, I think, in 1927 with a jazz singer, I want to say. But in 1929, Alfred Hitchcock made the film Blackmail, and he made it in both a silent version and a talkie version. And when they were redoing it for the talkie version, there's actually this film clip, like this outtake, with him directing the lead actress of the film, Annie Andra, where Hitchcock makes some kind of innuendo, and he says, "Oh, as the girl said to the soldier." So, whenever I have a sort of "that's what she said" moment, I always think of Alfred Hitchcock saying, "as the girl said to the soldier." You can look up the clip online. I don't have it handy. Maybe I'll post it on the Discord afterwards if I remember. And I actually have seen the silent version of Blackmail. It's not as well known because basically it was released simultaneously with the talkie cut. And of course the fashion at the time was to adopt Talking Pictures as the next big thing. But I saw a restoration of the silent one probably about a decade ago, when a whole bunch of 1920s silent-era Hitchcock restorations were completed at once. Anyway, let's get over here. Let's do this Mantra hyperspeed thing. Beautiful. Always very satisfying to see that. There's something on the left. Key. Glad I checked. As the girl said, so soldier, exactly. Man gets it already. And here is... oh! A coin cake with a spiny hat. A spiny hat that you can only access if you already have a spiny hat, so we're not going to see it. Yeah, we may as well dance around this side and then take the goal. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, fun level. Okay, that's it for Donut Fall Dungeon. Next one is going to be Super Mario Railland by Ichigo-tan from Japan, a maker who was around for many, many seasons of YMM going into the second game, who many of you will know and remember. Also a big music level maker in Maker 2. I don't know Ichigo-tan's levels in the first game though, so this one will be new to me. Okay, 2YMM Super Mario Rail Land. One day, Bowser decided to invade Mario Land and kidnap Princess Daisy and her cake. It's a land filled with rails and traps. Will Mario succeed in saving Daisy and recovering her precious confectionery? I see note blocks. I feel like we might be in for something musical, but so we'll see. The document promises the subworld is great. Well, we can't see that right now. Notice the styling of the 2YMM text in the middle, by the way, in those clouds. That looks particularly lovely. Very fluid design. Oh, pipe at the very beginning. Don't know what that's all about. But anyway, music loading. That isn't going to kick in yet. Well, let's just have a listen. Oh, it's Super Mario Land. As we know from picking up the Super Ball in Mario Maker 2. I wonder if there was something on the left block. I guess we'll never know. That's okay. We'll replace the costume with this one from Super Mario Land. Super Mario Land 2, I want to say. Whoops. I actually don't know the original Game Boy games that well. That's kind of a known knowledge barrier for me, but whoops. Anyway, neat little fight over here. It is kind of like the Super Mario Land final boss, though, isn't it? I want to say Tatanga or whoever it is. Okay, let's get out of here. It looks like the flag is right here, too, and we'll have to loop around the level somehow to eventually access it. Well... Oh, you know what? We can just go down to pipe. Why didn't we do that instead? Come on. We need to sneak under now. Or we can just jump this way. To YMM. So yeah, eventually we'll want to go back with a Fire Flower and nuke the boss in the clown car. It's like, how come I can't remember the name of the Super Mario Land boss? I want to say it's Tatanga, but something is telling me that's a character in Indiana Jones, like the captain of the ship in Raiders of the Lost Ark or something. I missed the coin. I think I needed to do something with the bomb. Oh, you probably need to go through this over multiple passes anyway. It is Tatanga, okay, yeah. I get the feeling there also is a Tatanga in Indiana Jones, though, which is why I was confused. So yeah, eventually we'll need to get some of these coins, and so we should go back and forth. Unless that's just for a bonus. No, that is for the key door, so I think we will need to redo some things. Oh, okay, no, I see. Bomb is gonna spawn there. And yeah, because of some of the state changes, maybe eventually a bomb will blow this up. Oh, so much for that flower. Okay. Sure, we'll take it. Ah, there we go. Very nice. Yeah, a lot of state changes just based on the scrolling position, going back and forth. It's Spawn Block Central over here. And yeah, cramming all this on top of the custom music too, very impressive in a Maker 1 scrolling context. Like, we were having this scrolling back and forth, but which nevertheless had the music track going the whole time. Like, in terms of Maker 1 music setups, I have no idea how that's built, if there's anything unusual going on with the scrolling back and forth preserving the track. And it probably is just, you know, reversed. And part of the loop. Whoops. We're getting smacked here. And Grekowski, welcome. Grekowski, hope the tower escape has been going very well. I've been kind of off Twitch for most of the past 2 weeks, so I've missed out on most of it, but I'm hoping to catch up on the levels at some point. But I suspect that by now you've escaped from many, many towers. There probably isn't a particular point to trying to recollect the coins after checkpoint here, but yeah, because that would be creating an interaction that is exclusive to restarting from checkpoint. I doubt there's a reason to do it. We'll need to go back and forth and survive this Bowser segment anyway. Let's preserve that flower in the track. Why not? And yeah, nothing is going to crush this one. At least not now. And whoa, okay. Oh, okay, that's how the door gets blocked. Interesting. Using that muncher. Okay, that's going to ignite. Excellent. This, we will need a bomb to blow up, I'm sure, and then we'll grab costume. Hi, I'm Daisy. I am no longer Daisy. Okay. Or bye, I'm Daisy, should we say. I feel like I missed something, but let's just take the finish. Oh, you know what? The pipe at the end. The bottom pipe. We should have checked it. Hang on, this is simple enough that I want to play it once more just to take a look. To see if I'm correct about that. And yeah, Grekowski, thanks for dropping by. And now that you think about it, there weren't many actual towers. Which, given the vertical spacing requirement, is kind of interesting, but that just goes to show the stylistic diversity of that whole set. But yeah, even in the course of just playing Maker 2 outside of the contest, I haven't really seen any of the tower escape levels yet. Mostly because I haven't really been doing my own backlog lately either. But at some point if I can just run a whole bunch of the puzzle levels on my own time, I'd love to do that. I don't know if Major was part of this one. I know Major just had a bit of an issue with the whole bunch of stuff being deleted. Which was really too bad, because there are a couple of his puzzles I still wanted to catch up on, and I assume they might have run into some issues. Look at the way the POWs are loaded in this fight. I didn't pay attention to the loading earlier on, in terms of how this fight is set up. That's very inventive. So yeah, the pipe is where we came out and grabbed the Daisy costume at the very end. Oh yeah, I just wanted to re-enter the pipe to see if there was anything. I don't think I missed anything then. And yeah, good night, Grekowski. Wishing you excellent puzzles. And non-puzzles, but especially the puzzles. Anyway, we'll go bottom over here and cycle away up top. I'm gonna get smacked with the PlayStation button missiles. And yeah, Magic Koopa there is going to take out a couple of the question blocks. No bomb for me there yet, though. So we'll need to cycle back a little bit until coin 5 makes itself available. I don't know if it's possible to do this in the first cycle, but I couldn't see some alternative method of getting that bomb early, so I doubt it. I think you do need to survive long enough to do 2 passes and deal with stuff like the boo rings that we didn't have to work with the first time. Yeah, eventually something will take out this spot. And the fact that you can go up is nice, except a flower has decided to outpace me. And now we might potentially be in a bit of trouble. Flower? No flower. And yeah, look at that bomb timing. Perfect bomb timing. Whoop. Not so perfect bomb timing. I think I saw what I wanted to see, though, because, yeah, I was just trying to notice something with a particular pipe. I don't know if I missed a secret. We're starting at midpoint anyway. Let's do one more pass just to see. I think I caught everything, but we might as well admire the design a little bit more and do that Bowser chase again at the end of this segment. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that can change with the fact that whether you start from checkpoint or not, you'll have a few differences here in the subworld depending on whether blocks have already been blown up, if I understand this correctly. So, although the Bowser segment later on is, well, it's going to come through here again, so it is going to be affected by that. And we'll just leave that Fire Flower on the track in case we want to make use of that in some fashion. And yeah, basically this area here needs to get deleted before a bomb does its business under that coin later on. Okay, learned to dodge that, finally. Even if I was insisting on doing it the hard way. And yeah, everything's just going to get out of the way here. I feel like the bomb here could have been activated, but it would not blow up in time. You would need to activate it much earlier to get it to open up that coin, and even so, you would still need to wait for everything to take you all the way back to the key door. So, you need to ride this out, regardless. Anyway, bomb is going to take this out very reliably. And then we need to not die to a falling bomb this time. And then we'll see what this looks like with a bunch of things already destroyed. Bowser's going to drop in. We'll preserve the flower for now. And take top. Top looks like it's going to be much safer. Until I get hit, of course. Wow. Okay, I guess we won't see that after all. So I think I've probably seen everything I'm going to in this level, but we can try to close it out. Just in case I did miss something. Yeah, the pipe that I thought was suspicious at the end was just the Daisy costume pipe, but I didn't actually try to re-enter that, so we'll See if anything can be done about that. And we'll lose access to the mushroom. Not great. But yeah, that's the thing about these levels in 2IMM. I don't necessarily know what does have a secret or not. So sometimes we check a little bit aimlessly, but this level is short enough that we can enjoy it anyway for what it is. That was a bit of a different, or rather difficult position to get out of. Let's grab a flower though and take a hit immediately. And yeah, this is going to blow up. Interestingly enough, you can actually go back. I don't know why I would want to. I probably don't want to, unless I want to go back for that pipe with the flower. You know what? We can do this. Let's just explore anyway. Because there was a whole P-switch at the end of this segment, wasn't there? Yeah, here's Junior. Okay, that totally is something. Junior is going to hit the P-switch. Or rather, open up the passage. You hit the P-switch and then you need to survive it. We can kill Junior first. And yeah, I totally noticed the P-door the first time here too. I just didn't think about it by the time we were finished with the chase because I assumed that we would have some back and forth. But yeah, the P-switch thing here, well, I mean, it spawns Bowser, first of all, but secondly, it also precludes you from just deciding to rush through with something like a damage boost. Here we are. I knew there was something. And that is why we check. Okay, now we've earned a GG. And yeah, this level's quite fair about that. When you enter Bowser's room, or rather enter Bowser's segment, it shows you the P-switch and a door right away. It's just that I forgot about it by the time we were out the first time around. So, we earned it. And yeah. Next is going to be Stronghold of Power by Burney. Yeah, all very sophisticated stuff that we've been seeing in many of these levels for a game that at that point was just hitting the 2-year mark. Just amazing how rapidly a lot of that tech developed in the first game. You know, when people pretty much had to discover a lot of those things from scratch. 2YMM, A Stronghold of Power. The description reads, Mario needs help of POW blocks to find his way out of this stronghold, but he will find out soon that this will not be an easy adventure. Will Mario be able to escape? Well, it depends on you. Nugu Kaza, I've been alright. Hope you've been well. Flying pea balloons everywhere, no doubt. But yeah, I've kind of been out of action and off of Twitch for a little under the past 2 weeks. So it is nice to be back and streaming again. Shake off a bit of rust, learn how to play this game once more. I guess we should lower both platforms and see what spawns here. Probably a helmet or something that I can grab by bopping my head against it. Or a POW. Probably a POW, in fact. POW is going to lower everything down here. Is there a particular reason why we want to kill the Thwomp? No, but we'll do it. Okay, then we just go. Raise this. Raise this. Right, because the POW's landed and that's how you activate everything. Camera is going to scroll up slowly, as it often does. Now, if I jump up here, I cannot proceed. This has to be an invisible block, right? Yes. I'm glad I checked these things. I mean, here you just sneak this away with better timing than that. Nukukaza off topic, but did I see Squid Game? I saw the latest trailer for Splatoon 3. But in terms of the Korean game show, no, I have not seen that. I was, however, delighted to see the latest trailer for Splatoon 3, so I'm sure that counts. You would have to think, though, that with Splatoon 3, I mean, they have so far only shown off kind of enhancements to modes that already exist in Splatoon. Like with the standard multiplayer, we've seen some suggestion of the campaign. We've also seen the latest stuff from Salmon Run. You have to believe that there has to be some kind of new mode, and where Splatoon would actually be an excellent fit for a Battle Royale, or rather a Splattle Royale. Just so they can call it the Splattle Royale. A little bit too slow there. And too high. I mean, it's a very natural fit for that kind of thing, so long as you can have a little bit of loadout switching on the fly, or some other system. Now let's see here. And that would also give us another Nintendo Battle Royale to play with. Now that SMB 35 is no longer officially in existence. I do actually see some people stream SMB 35 on private servers from time to time. I don't know how to get in on that yet, but I should look into it, because that might potentially be fun, even if the player base is naturally going to be quite limited. I would assume that it's people playing on emulation or something. I'm not exactly sure. But there definitely is a small SMB 35 lobby going on from time to time, and I know because I still follow the category on Twitch. Possibly because I'm still in denial. Okay. Rather straightforward. Now, why would I want to jump on that guy? Oh, because of the POW. And then I would need to toss the POW. Okay. And then we do that. That opens up. checkpoint and mushroom check. And then we'll head on up. Yeah, I guess this will all be broken by something. Oh, it's going to be broken by that guy. But not if we do that. We need to maybe not trigger it quite so spectacularly. Okay, so that becomes an invisible block. I'm just sort of researching this location here. Now, why? Would that be releasing right away? Right, because the POW block drops it from the ceiling and then it springs immediately, so I don't want to smack this yet. I want to see what's down here. I mean, the direction of its wiggle might matter. I want it to be wiggling to the right, perhaps. So it's facing right. No, it's going to bounce regardless, though. And you just need to outrun. Might as well check some things. Oh, coin. 1 of 3. Look at all the fire flowers on the left side. In that garden. Okay, complicated setup, but we'll deal with it. Anything up here? Whoops. Let's not do that. That's okay. Easy to get back there. Yeah, no, I didn't think about the fact that it would slow down past the conveyor. And that I would still be able to outrun it. Fairly easy as far as moving targets go. Okay, so that's purely a speed challenge. Just need to spam this thing. Probably troll my way on B and A. Whoops. Yeah, you kind of need to face right going into that POW and just string it into a dash. Just like this. Okay, down we go. Okay, the troll method works very, very well for repeated inputs. Just using my index finger and middle finger on B and A. Doing a piano trill on that. Okay. I'm just looking at this and wondering, was there an alternative method? Not really. Even if I grabbed a POW, I would still need to fire it. We need to land something in this location, probably raising the POW from down below. Well, let's do that a bit more cleanly. And yeah, we'll be raising it using the skull platform. Pretty simple. Lower this guy. Spam my way up. Look at that tease with the POW, spawning right in position initially, only to go away and come back. I guess using the donut block would allow me to control this slightly better, also giving me a landing point on my way back. That's an important function of the donut. Checkpoint once again. Boss time. Looks like survival until the POW is within range for me to hit. Well, here's one POW. And yeah, there's a muncher up top, as you can see. Right above that vine, and so I think I need to survive long enough for multiple POW throws, or POW hits to happen. POW is going to circle around the track. And yeah, it is going to be Muncher Stack. We'll wait for this POW to come on down here. And we're missing a key because I... Oh, yes. I did take a key death, didn't I? Because I did collect pink coins earlier, but I died at the boss, so we have no way through. This one's simple enough that I might replay it for the key. How? Well, I mean, naturally, we're going to do this. But there's a third coin over here, so how do we lose the other two coins? Or did I just fail to get them on my second pass? Yeah, because I guess you need to pick up a coin up here. That would be coin 3. I think I just didn't pick up a coin on one of my previous attempts then, or... Yeah, that's okay, we'll redo it. We'll redo it. And, just grab the axe for now. Yeah, simple enough that we'll replay it, for sure. Because I did see a coin that I picked up earlier, and I just neglected it the second time. So we have maybe one additional coin that's unaccounted for. We'll look for it. Yeah, pretty interesting ideas in this one. And so we'll just keep our eyes peeled. Open that up, hit the POW. Ah, yeah, there's a coin up top. Oh, so you need to go a bit faster to get up there, perhaps, before you come through these panels. It looks like there's a coin that's embedded on top there, and so there's a particular platform that I'll need to get on quickly. Let's try it. It's kind of off camera. It's very difficult to see, but there is something there. Yeah, you need to get on top of the second flimsy lift and then jump immediately. That's going to be coin 1. Very easy to neglect just because of the camera rule in Maker 1, where that's not going to appear on screen if you don't land at a sufficiently high elevation. So all coins are at this point accounted for. We just need to run through the level and do it. And then you can see the number 2 in that 2YMM text. So close to where we are. So we'll pass through this segment. And of course, with future passes, we'll need to remember not to pass over the coins that we've been trying to collect. Okay, let's wait until it goes over. Hit that immediately and then go back. Did I already miss the coin? I'm in segment 2, right? Let's skip this checkpoint for just a moment until I find out. Yeah, the coin is on the left. That's why I kind of mentally registered and did pick it up after we had done the chase a few times. There we go. So that checkpoint was in fact safe. We'll just need to not die here then. Okay. Yeah, pretty quick survival room here, not too much of an issue. And we know the final coin is on top of that POW block. It comes in a little bit later. So yeah, should be a fairly quick clear. As long as we don't make too much of a hash out of this boss. And yeah, quite a bit of variety to this track pattern as we dance to it. Conceptually simple, but a lot of the jumps feel pretty different as you go. Whoops. Almost one-shot that. Just fell a little bit out of position at the very end. And yeah, just kicking that POW basically. With that immediate release. Nice way to do the boss exit as well. And here at this point you wonder, well, where was coin 3? Well, we do have the answer to that, and it is going to be on the left. And on top. POW. Oh, whoops. Come on. There we go. Naturally, I will take the POW with me through the key door, just in case anything interesting happens. Okay, no deadly candles over here, but we do have the ability to fire 2 POWs, and I don't know if there's a particular reason I wouldn't want the second one, but we'll take Yoshi just for that Miiverse screenshot at the very end. And can Yoshi grab this one? No, it's out of position. And so yeah, we'll do it this way. Just to be fancy. How? Hang on. We'll just dive from maximum elevation. Might as well complete that in relative style. And thank you for the GG. This time with Yoshi. Next level will be Inconvenient Entry by X1372. Now let's just punch in the code as before and hope it loads. Oh, I hope this is not a typo. It is a typo, okay. Punched in the wrong digit somewhere. Rather, I hope it was a typo, and it is. We've only seen one actual deletion in 2YMM so far, where it looked like the entire maker profile was deleted. But we've been able to play everything else besides So X1372, also known as Spade, who just had a spade on his face. The level description says, so we have pipes and doors, lots of them that you need to go through. It would all be so simple and convenient if any of them were on the ground. But just because they're inconveniently placed doesn't mean Mario can't enter them, and in this level, you will do so in a variety of interesting ways. So, might be something with a bit of a puzzle element to it. Let's take a look. Okay. That just shows you that you can enter with the POW. Mushroom and Buzzy. So we need to probably come up here and do what with this stump? Well, I can't reach that right now, but we can see if we can get within range of that mole that was on the right side. Also, the Buzzies would allow me to enter the pipes if I get on top of them early enough. That would allow me to enter this one. And eventually that mole's going to be relevant when we're in a room where it becomes useful. Now this will be interesting, see if the POW is going to get me anything here. Re-entering this way does what for me? Well, the POW is going to give me an additional block to jump on, which could get me on top of the cloud. Maybe not. I was hoping it would give me enough height to work with, but instead it's going to give me some problems. One POW is also not quite enough to stack anywhere interesting here, so... Let's see. Anything invisible I can hit? I mean, I can try to... perhaps drop a POW on top of Buzzy? Nope, not gonna collide. Well, let's re-enter over here just to see. Ah, yeah, you have two POWs over here, which allows me to do a bunch of stuff, actually. Except I can't enter this, okay. Right, because the pipe spawn logic is a little bit different in Maker 1. However... let's see this with the flower on the right side. That's not relevant to me yet. Eventually that's going to be a challenge where I try to get into that room, grab the spring, and then get back out. That's just a bit of a preview for me. So yeah, having access to a second POW actually is not helpful at all, so... never mind that. This just gives you a preview of some of the challenges to come. I feel like I have to do something with a stump. If we ride it all the way up and then jump on top of the stump. Like, you can kind of get on top there. I feel like I can totally get on top of that. Yeah, we can totally make it. It's the only way the POW is going to allow me to progress. I think it's clearly going to be the solution. We just need to work on that spacing. Build up a bit more momentum for that jump. Looks very much like it's got to be it, though. We need to build up some P-speed going into the POW, instead of starting to jump directly on it. Hang on. Certainly hope this isn't a dead-end solution, but I am pretty confident that this will be the case. Or not. Could always be having a bit of tunnel vision here, of course. Would there be a particular purpose to trying to spend the POW? Not that I can see. Well, let's try to redo it. Whoops. Things and clouds have a different height in terms of tiles, yeah. That's something I should know. Even if it's something I know better in Maker 2. And even with a lot of the spacing changes here. I wonder if I can use the POW to block something. It's not going to block anything flying, though. These guys are just going to clip through everything imaginable. Well, I don't currently see a way to do this. I mean, this room, it really looks like the stump has to be the way forward, and I think the only thing that would get here, if not the POW, would be the spring. Like, if you come back here with a spring eventually, then you can probably make that, but I'm beginning to think that maybe POW is not going to do the trick. Raised a mole. Raising the mole can drop a stump. Yeah, like I said, a double stack here does nothing. I am missing something. I tried going into this pipe on the right side. I don't think I have. Nope, nothing. Is there anything here that I would want to kill? Not that I can see. Now, if you drop down on these initially, they don't go quite low enough. Ideally, I'd like to clip their wings. I don't think I have a way to do it. It really does feel like this is just barely out of reach. Any particular reason to drop that flower? Not that I can see. We are going to hit timeout fairly quickly here. Below some speed. Hang on. Build up more speed. And I'm going to get crushed, okay. So maybe that's not a great idea, at least not with that placement. Notice how I come back here, somehow. I don't know that there's going to be anything interesting with that. think you can stack one guy over here. Why don't I just lower these some other way? No, it's gonna go up. I should be able to lower it by enough, I think. Maybe not. Like that. Yeah, there we go. That's the answer. And then that also allows you to grab the spring from up front. Oh, no it doesn't. I was hoping to grab it without jumping all the way up. Okay, at least we sorted out one problem though, which is how to pump this low enough to enter the pipe. That's a fairly significant breakthrough. Because we're not going anywhere fast without taking care of that. Well, that's going to drop the shoes. But you need a shoe to get on top of this guy here. I feel like I want to drop a POW into this slot here, so additional boots spawn on top of it. So that's what the POW on the from the other room is for. You bring it into this room, you drop it into that slot, that allows you to grab a boot, because the Goombas will then hop high enough. No, we want to ride it up. Yeah, so top first. Fairly generous entry point when it comes to height. We're going to enter this way. Then we'll lower this guy as much as we can. Oh, whoops. Probably shouldn't have done that. Then we just drop down here. And hope the mushroom doesn't make too big a difference. It won't. Does the boot allow me to jump high enough to do anything useful? No, but we don't need it. We have the checkpoint. And okay, so POWs can drop through the middle if you really want to respawn them for some reason. Like if you want to get a POW. I actually want to stack these like a staircase. I said like a staircase. Close enough, perhaps? Now that's interesting. I'll probably enter that door on the way up. Which is going to have some interesting implications for how you do the right side. But I guess we should enter the door first before we assume anything. A shell. Looks like I'll be able to get it as a shell mitt. Will not really be able to stop it unless I bump it, though. Okay. Now, what is this on this side? Oh, okay, that also just allows a shell to bump around. I want to probably ride it into that pipe, in fact. There's nothing else that's going to happen here. But we'll take the helmet anyway. And there's the spade, the distinctive signature of this maker. Grab the spring. And we'll see what that gives me. We can block. No, we can't. It's not a hard object. Okay, we'll take this. Nope, that's not going to do anything. Nor would I have expected it to. Now, is there a particular reason why I would want to send that to a different height than what we have here? I don't see that the shell... Yeah, I actually want to send a shell here, because then we ride a shell through the door. So the way I do that is I'm going to put on a helmet and I'm going to do a shell bump. Nope, hang on. No, I actually want the shell to be continuously going from the blaster. But I want to wear a shellmet first. Because if I stop and kick the shell, then it's not going to be in the same state as when it comes from the blaster. It's not going to be rideable. Oops. You need a rideable shell. And that's how you do it. Coming back here, it is then possible to grab a POW. And then launch it, and then drop a spring on top of it in the next 60 seconds. Nice little juggle there. It's a pretty unique interaction, in fact, if we can set it up in the next 40 seconds. Well, I'll likely have to repeat it, but... at least we know how it works. No, we wanted... that pipe, probably. And we need to drop the donuts in a certain order. Probably drop them at the same time, in fact. Ten seconds. Checkpoint. We will likely have a timeout here before we proceed. Electrodude, welcome. This looks like a 1, a 2. No more shellmet for me, though, unfortunately. Kind of wonder if the shellmet is going to be involved with a secret exit. Kind of suspect it will. Even though there are some damage checks for the mushroom, at least, so... because of the mushroom checks... maybe not. Let's see if we can drag this up to a position that will allow me to exit with a POW. I will. And that will allow me to progress to the next door. Like that. Oops. So we'll place the POW over here and let it get raised. And we'll enter door 2. 2 POWs over here. We don't really have a way to get the spring yet. But we can do a double POW stack. And I want to eventually activate a P-switch which will allow me to drop this spring. Let's just take both POWs down then. And then that will allow me to do a double stack over here, which allows me to take a POW over to this side. Why would I want to do that? Because it allows me to enter this part of the maze, which I'd barely noticed previously. Here now I want both this and a POW, I'm sure. Because when we do this kind of placement, we'll need to do it a bit more accurately before the stump comes over. This kind of placement will get me on top of the door, I'm sure. There we go. P-switch. I needed to drop something here on this door, though. And that allows me to have 2 POWs available here. Well, I don't know about that. What does that change for me? Let's think about this. Whoops. Let's do this here. That's a bad idea. We'll probably have to reset one of these rooms. Too bad I can't really scroll up. Okay, let's just redo this room quickly. Oh no, we'll need to re-enter in much the same way. Or we can just take this all the way up front. No, we can't. Nope, need to activate those simultaneously. Come back here with this already retrieved. And then we can take a spring with us using the POW stacks. Maybe back to door 2. Might as well try it. This doesn't really change anything for me. Because you need some kind of platform walkable on the right side. I mean, part of the problem was that I let the P-switch expire, but... yeah, because you need to carry a POW onto the top right. Yeah, no, I know how to do that. The idea here is that you get on top of a POW, but you have another POW available to you. Let's do the next cycle. Okay. I don't know if the P-switch is going to matter here, but if you come back in with no P activated, that gives you access to 2 springs and a POW, and then you just do a quadruple stack on the right side. Hang on. Close enough. Now you ride the stump to get on top of that stack. And you try not to activate the POWs. That's going to be the biggest issue for me here. Perfect height. There's a mushroom. Oh. Oh, okay. No, I missed something at the end. I missed what looked like a secret. If you just rode the shell into the pipe. Didn't expect it to fire quite like that. Let's go back and see it. We understand all the solutions. It can't be that inconvenient. Now that we've solved everything. And let's see the proper ending. Okay. Top first. Set top first. We grab the POW and then we go bottom. Let's tap some jumps over here. Whoops. I did not miss a jump from time to time like we've been doing. Thank you for the GGs regardless. Not quite done yet, of course, but we'll see what can be managed here. We'll need to let the boots do their thing. You can actually spawn quite a lot of boots at once, so not an issue. And then we have to drop a boot to get on top of the stump. Hit checkpoints. Build the staircase. Okay, pretty simple so far. Love how that POW bounce shows you what the solution is going to look like later with the trampoline. Okay, let's grab the shellmet. Grabbing the shellmet doesn't seem to affect or break anything, but we'll do it anyway. Nope, still missing. Into the spade we go. And then, whoops, let's grab a helmet. We know what this one's going to look like. Nope. Sliding around like that. Let's try not to lose that once again. Hang on. Nope. Landing on moving targets, not exactly a strength here. Now we know that we probably don't need the shellmet, but at least not for anything I haven't already seen, but let's try to do it anyway. Just as a matter of principle, would have been nice to keep the mushroom, but mushrooms will come back eventually. Wasn't expecting that displacement. Okay, mushroom at a checkpoint. 270 seconds. As long as we don't hit timeout, we'll preserve everything and try to not miss the surprise entry at the very end. Oops, too high. Let's lower it. Lower this. Enter door number 2. That's going to be a left side. Possible to enter this with the POW, in fact. Indeed, we have to in order to... Hang on. Get into that pipe that's on the right side. So let's fix that. Yeah, I have to redo this quickly so we can get access to both POWs. And we take a POW with us to the left. So the other day, Electrodude, you moved your Wii U up to your room and got it all set up. Well, good time for you to replay the Splatoon 1 campaign. Given that it's short enough that you probably could just do it in one sitting. Oh, you already did that. You played a bit of Splatoon 1, yeah. Somehow I predicted that that's what you would do. It was not really that hard to guess. Okay, let's wait. We actually played the multiplayer, still active then. That's interesting. $130 seconds. We now have enough to take the exits. Now we're fairly close to the ending. Let's not miss the ending this time. I am kind of curious to see if the Shelmet and Mushroom will do anything interesting in the ending room, whatever it is. I'd be surprised how active Turf War is. On the Wii U, really. I mean, is it just Japanese players at this point, or? I would have assumed so, but maybe I'm very, very wrong. Okay, let's jump in accurately. Oh, come on. Now I have to remember which spring is which is a problem. Because I don't remember which one is which. We will just have to guess. And try to spawn back in. I'm likely to hit timeout, in fact, just due to that simple mistake. Should have taken room 2 here. Yeah, we're going to hit timeout. That's okay, we'll lose the Shelmet and the Mushroom, but at least we can still probably try to see the ending room. Losing at the very end. In style. Actually, no, we can get back here quickly. At this point, it's been so long that I don't really even remember how the League features worked in Splatoon 1. Okay, bottom spring is the new one, in case we need to replace it. 15 seconds, we won't make it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. 6 seconds. It's not gonna happen. Too many issues with accidentally hitting the POW at the end. Okay, we will have to see it without the Shelmets. Although it's quick enough to get back here that... Well, let's see what the secret is like first. I mean... in case the Shelmet and the Mushroom do absolutely nothing. Now, if it looks like the Shelmet and the Mushroom do something, I don't know if I'll replay this to check. We know all the solutions at this point, but some of the execution still does take time. And let's go on. You've never played a League match in 1? Yeah, I don't remember if I ever did myself. I don't think I did. But there were a number of features that I didn't end up using. You know, I kind of miss the touchscreen mini-games like the Squid Jump. Back in 1. And... yeah, let's go down here. You know, just to keep things busy in the lobby. Whereas you're just doing the music mixing in the second game, which gets old pretty quickly. Yeah, Squid Jump was wonderful. Still the music in my head from time to time. The Wii U in general just had this wackiness to it that was always tons of fun. The reason you went back in is the input lag, and as half of 2's delay. You know, I kind of remember people bringing that up early on in 2. I'd completely forgotten about it at this point because I just haven't even thought about 1 in so long. But I remember that. There was sort of a latency issue in the second game. Also, I think I had this discussion with Kavik, in fact, that I've just not been able to play rollers at all in 2 because it always felt like rollers were designed for the sort of thickness of the... what is it? The... I messed this up again with the POW. It always feels like rollers were designed for the thickness of the original Wii U gamepad controller. And I tend to play with separated Joy-Cons in Splatoon 2, and the guns feel amazing. The roller feels absolutely awful. Like it just doesn't seem to handle properly. And let's see. Even setting aside just how much roller seemed to be nerfed in the second game, but I don't think it was ever really overpowered. I know that early on in Splatoon 1, people just didn't know how to deal with a roller because it was so different from what they were used to seeing in competitive shooters. That's too far to the left. I'm probably going to hit that by accident again. Oh no, we'll nudge it. Okay, we need to not miss the ending. Because it's going to be a shell ride, I need to stand at a certain location. That's okay, that's okay. We just need to align myself properly. Yeah. And there we go. And we even get a Shelmet at the end, which is great. I need to take damage, actually. Let's just fire this at myself. There we go. Fancy. That does not do anything, as far as I can tell. Oh wait, no. That allows me to go up. If I can actually set this up, which is a little bit difficult given the bounce momentum, gives you the 2Y text. There we go, there we go. That's the actual true cake. It gives you a cloud. I missed a leaf though, right? It's not going to give me another leaf? That's too bad. Oh, there's a leaf. Okay. Does the cloud allow me to enter the pipe? It does, except I missed a stiletto. Oh, okay. That's okay, we technically got the stiletto. Anyway, true ending. Just needed to not be too surprised by the shell at the end. Inconvenient entry. Let me take a look. I should have enough time for one or two more, but let's see how far along we are. Inconvenient entry was number 34. Let's do at least one more. And maybe 2 streams after that will be enough to finish up, depending on the difficulty of some of the later levels, but we'll do at least one more. And it's going to be Attack on Wiggler by Zaldatin. And one moment while I check this on my touch screen while we're on the subject of the Wii U gamepad. And yeah, Electrodude, you're saying as a Pro Controller user, you think the thing I described is a bit less problematic? Yeah. I mean, I was playing Splatoon 1 most actively before I got a Pro Controller. I don't think I got a Pro Controller until around when Smash came out in late 2018. And so yeah, there were a lot of games that I played with Joy-Cons, and which probably felt more difficult than they should have because I was playing on Joy-Cons. You know, some things like Cuphead and Hollow Knight, etc. I originally played with Joy-Cons. But apart from stick drift, I've actually always liked how light it is to just hold Joy-Con separately. That's how I played Breath of the Wild. That is obviously how I played Splatoon. But I've always been kind of fond of that freehand setup ever since the Wii. So anyway, we're going to have an underwater level, Attack on Wiggler. And the description says, the Wiggler Kingdom rules the oceans under their fearless leader, Hana-chan. The Wigglers rule by fear of the technological terror that they created, Mecha Wiggler. Only Mario is crazy enough to think he can stop Mecha Wiggler by himself and return peace to the oceans. So yeah, underwater boss level, I guess. So let's see how it goes. This might be the last one today, depending on how long we take with it. We'll see. And look at these Wigglers drifting off so peacefully. And these Wigglers... coming rather close. couple of different track speeds here, depending on whether they have wings. Whoops, bad idea. Teammate 64, you tried playing Maker 1 with Wiimote. Seems like it would be rather comfortable, actually. The sideways Wiimote setup that was honestly fairly usable back when I used it on NSMB Wii. I didn't mind that one bit. But yeah, it took me a while to get used to the Pro Controller again once I picked it up, because, as I've said before, it had been so long since I had to hold my hands that close together on a controller, because if I wasn't playing with mouse and keyboard, usually I'd be playing with the Wiimote, or I would be playing with that super wide Wii U gamepad, as I'm doing right now, or with things like that. Oh, I guess I did have the Wii Classic controller. The Wii Classic controller, the original one without the grips, the one that was kind of in a Super Nintendo style. The shoulder buttons were a bit weirdly placed on that one, but that's how I played the original Xenoblade, actually, was with the Classic controller. Oh, it was a shake to spin. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The spin jump implementation. Maybe not something you want to take into a Kaizo context, but close enough. Some of these swimming patterns are quite nice. This was just activated by the fire flowers on a note box, obviously, to get these 3 swimming across before they later give me a bit of trouble with that next coin. Whoops. Also notice the spikes in this theme in Super Mario World. I mean, water themes have always gotten their pick of the spike artwork. With SMB3 receiving a jellyfish as well. That's one thing that I've definitely talked about before with respect to the ugliness of the one-tile spikes in Mario Maker, that I wish there were more alternate sprites in different styles in the game. Definitely one of the things aesthetically that I'd love to see improved in a future Maker 3. We need to be quicker about that, I think. I'm not really going to be able to duck under the wigglers successfully. But yeah, Wii Classic controller is really comfortable. The D-pad is fantastic, it's just very lightweight. And I've always kind of preferred gripless controllers anyway, which is why I mainly play with the Super Nintendo controller on Switch when it comes to Mario Maker 2. I actually did used to contribute to some open source projects implementing peripherals like the Wii Classic controller, like back in the early days of Wii emulation, or not Wii emulation rather, but rather Wii controller support, when people were just getting the Wiimote to work as a peripheral for all kinds of custom projects on PC. And it was nice. It was the first time I'd actually looked at like controller code before. I haven't really looked at anything like that since. I don't work on that stuff nowadays, but that was how I learned that the Wii Classic controllers actually have a whole bunch of features that are not used. Like the degrees of freedom on the shoulder buttons. You can notice before pressing play, you will see a Wiimote above the word... Yes, yes. I know what you're talking about. And... here we are. Yeah, it's sort of interesting how much of the Wii U was sort of designed with the expectation that the Wii having been such a huge system, people would just naturally carry their hardware forward. And it led to some of the messaging confusion about whether the Wii U was a new system or just some kind of fancy overpriced accessory in the general consumer base. Which was too bad, because given how well the Wii sold, only having recently been surpassed by the Switch in the most recent quarterly report, it made a lot of sense to, not make people rebuy additional controllers, right? And trying to support Wiimotes as much as possible across the entire system. But I think the optics in some ways kind of backfired. I mean, I'm really glad that the hardware continued to be supported. Partly because it made some asymmetric games like Nintendo Land possible as well. Okay, bad idea. We need to go under. Maker 1 with nunchuck is kind of weird. Well, I find playing Mario Maker with analog stick in general to be kind of weird. But I have never really adjusted to the idea of playing Mario with stick controls. Some other platformers I can do. Some other platformers feel built for stick controls in some ways, but it does not feel right to me to play Mario that way. But yeah, one of the interesting things about the Wii hardware, like the Wii Classic controller, is that it did support the full range of degrees of freedom on a shoulder button that were used on the GameCube in games like Luigi's Mansion and Super Mario Sunshine. With analog triggers rather than digital inputs. I mean, not strictly analog, but, with enough granularity to it that it feels like analog. Where you can have, like, 256 different sensitivities on the ZL and ZR. Also usable for things like the shields in Smash. And the thing is, none of the software on Wii or Wii U actually supported that. So you just have this hardware feature that was sitting there and didn't get tapped into, and then eventually, when you move to the Wii U and Switch hardware, Nintendo just went strictly digital for the triggers, which led to some implementation challenges, I think, for things like the Sunshine port. Let's pay attention to this. All of this is happening because I keep trying to race these wigglers to the second coin. And always keep falling a little bit short. Nope, we don't want to bounce at any point. Previously, I was most successfully just grabbing a coin and going around. But yeah, I think it's very clear at this point, especially with the incredible software support we're still seeing for the Switch, that it is going to be a long-term platform in the way that the DS and then that dovetailing into the backwards compatibility of the 3DS, like that is kind of what we can expect, because the home console systems never have software this healthy going into year 5. It has never, ever happened. Like, by this point, you usually see, even with successful systems like the Wii, Nintendo's output suddenly going through a severe drought, where you just have a year of nothing. Usually happens around year 5 of a system. And that's clearly not the case with a Switch. I think they're riding this out as long as they can. I think the Mario Kart plan going into 2023 demonstrates that quite clearly. Like, this is primed to be a long generation in Nintendo terms, much closer to what has happened with the later portables. It still surprises me to this day to think that the Game Boy Advance was only really kind of active for 3 or 4 years as a platform. 3 years before it was superseded by the 3DS, although you still had some other games like Minish Cap that come out after that. And it's stunning because, you know, I look back at the Game Boy Advance library and it is incredible. Like, really a system that had a very distinctive identity in terms of all the series that it launched or popularized. And it managed that in such a short span of time. But that aside, though, it seems like Nintendo's portable systems tend to have a very long lifespan, and the Switch is kind of following that model instead. Because I think it's quite correct that despite the Switch being kind of technically weak, that there isn't really that much appetite for a generational transition anytime soon. Love the custom music here, that's just starting up. I think I know what's coming. Oh, okay, it is actually Ride with Valkyries. Given the opening minor scale runs here, I was wondering if we were going to hear like a track from Zelda or something, but no, it is going to be Wagner. You know, here's the thing about Wagner. My distinct memory of when the pandemic got started in 2020 was when my tickets to the Ring Cycle were cancelled. Because I've never seen a Ring Cycle live, and I had tickets in a totally different city to see the complete performance of all 4 parts over the course of a week, which is still something I'd love to do someday. Just, you know, sit through a week of Wagner. And the Ride with the Valkyries here, of course, is from the second part, the second of the 4 operas. But that was pretty much the moment when I realized things were really serious, was, you know, there would be that period of uncertainty early on when people were figuring out, like, is the pandemic going to be a matter of weeks or months, or how long are we going to be locked down, how much closure are we going to have, what kind of businesses will still be able to operate, and yeah, it was when I kind of lost the Ring Cycle that I knew things were going down. 2YMM, beautiful use of the background artwork here. Okay, the key door over here, I guess safety coin is going to come after that. This is going to be... Oh, this is the Mecha Wiggler. And we want a POW to release the pipe. And we need to swim around this whole structure. Which is the Mecha Wiggler. Very cool. So budget heavy. Look at this thing. Like, pretty much this whole subworld is just designed around this. Anyway, yeah, the track is just an indicator that that is going to be a cape pipe. That's all it is, and it is going to give me the opportunity to hit that question block. That's how we'll do it if we survive all the way there with the cape, which we'll need to attempt again. Look at how huge this setup is. It's the kind of thing you design first when you are making a level like this, so you don't wind up being budget crunched when you're tuning things at the very end. Like, you don't want to run out of pieces when you're in the middle of building a boss like this. Okay, what's the pipe going to spawn? Is it going to let me through, or is it going to give me something? It's going to let me through. And, oh, I'm going into the interior, okay. I don't know if any of this stuff is whippable, these blocks, I would assume not. We'll go around and then we'll fire the POW. And then that's going to give me a second POW. And then we'll cut through here. The bomb is going to do that. Then, is there anything up here? I feel like the semi-solid could potentially trap me up above. No, of course not. This was play-tested. Did I want that star? Probably. Oh, wow! Beautiful kill there. Look at that. Using that activation as you come in here from the bottom pipe to just take out the whole thing. Yeah. Very well made boss. I mean, I knew I was going to go back to that room in some capacity because of the first key door. I didn't know that it was going to happen quite like that. Why would I want to take these doors? Do they just match each other so you can loop around indefinitely and enjoy the cake and munch it some more? Yes, you can, and we might as well switch to a flower. Why not? And, oh, okay, that's just a multi-pipe going into the key door, and that is a finish. Yeah, wonderful ending on that boss. Really just an ambitious, ambitious room. Okay, that's going to be clear. Let's wait for this to register. Now, I think that's probably going to be it for today, since we're at around the 4-hour mark. How many did we do today? We started with number 27, that was just number 35, so yeah, 9 levels inclusive. And we saw most of the optional content, if not all. So, pretty productive session. And so we have 15 levels left in this edition of the project before we go on to 3YMM, and hopefully we'll be able to just mop that up over the course of 2 streams or so, I would estimate, unless we're really stuck on one thing, or if we have another technical disaster like we had last time. We will probably continue 2YMM early next week. If I can do something like a bonus stream tomorrow, I'll see if I can fit that in, but I'm not counting on it. Failing that, we will continue with Maker 2 viewer levels in the Saturday to Sunday slot, so that is 2 days from now. That's our usual time slot for that. Hopefully that will run without a hitch, and so we'll mix things up, go back to Maker 2 for a bit, catch up on some fine levels. And we'll see what else we can fit in. So for now, that is going to be it for today's edition of Retro Mario Maker. And I'll be looking for somebody else to send you off to shortly. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for all the GGs and for all the conversation. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see where you're going to be forwarded next, but in the meantime, all the usual good wishes. Have an excellent weekend. And as usual, fare thee well.